you guys doing? All right. We are the Delvon Lamar Organ Trio, aka D-Lo 3. We're gonna warm up with some music for you. We're gonna play a tune. This is gonna be familiar to most of you guys. All right. How you guys doing today? Is that it? Man, how you guys doing? All right. We are the Delvon Lamar Organ Trio, aka D-Lo 3. We're gonna warm up with some music for you. We're gonna play a tune. This is gonna be familiar to most of you guys.
guys ready to have a good time tonight or what?
Should we just say screw it and go now? What's up, New York City?
You guys ready to have a good time tonight or what?
Hey, those of you joining us on the internet, thank you to Relics for hosting us this evening. We're going to have some fun. We're going to play some music. Are you guys ready to have a good time? For those of you at home, it's okay to cheer too. You can be on the couch having a good time too. We're here partying, hanging out. There are balloons with strobing lights in them to give you some context. We're having that much fun, okay? We ready to hit this thing?
Hey, you feeling good? Let's hit it. Hey, 1, 2, 3, go.
That's the DJ High Move.
Mom said, wait for the moment. Gone home, went to bed, while the other kids are still outside. I don't feel time when I sleep, so I snuggle up with my sheets and wait for a brighter day. I play football tomorrow with only my best friends, people I like but I don't love are not allowed. I wonder if Sharon will see me, but I play cool, 'cause cool is what you have to do. It's hard to make a point if you're living so loud. Turn it down. Trying to get my friends excited about 9 nice to get a call. Oh, Sharon, I'm good at stuff, and you're into stuff. Ooh, let's make products. Oh, I'm a product kind of guy. You're a produce girl. I said, money, 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 money will be spent. I'd like to the groove that turns you off, bassman. Ooh, break it down. Oh, but Dad, I smile. Listen, Dad, I smile. It was so nice to get a call. Oh, Sharon, I'm good at stuff, and you're into stuff. Ooh, let's make products. Oh, I'm a product kind of guy. You're a produce girl. I say, money, 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 money will be spent. I'd like to the grooves that turn you off. Ooh. I feel your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Well, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to love, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us speak. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think that I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. Well, it's me you need to show. I feel your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Well, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to love, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Then you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Well, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. They belong to you and me. I feel your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Well, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think that I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. Well, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Then you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Well, it's me you need to show. How deep is your love, your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. They belong to you and me.
Saturday before the sun is up, I'm out the door and on my way. I catch the 2 and then the 35, and by 6:15 I'm on the train. 30 miles to the final stop, and still I have to walk a few more. By the time I finally reach your garden's gate, I have 19 steps till I'm at your door. Oh, what a thrill to finally be with you. And when I see your face, I know that there ain't nothing strong enough to keep me away from you. There could be a wall of fire 10 feet higher, I would just walk on through. Where there once was only room for one, forever there will be two. That's why I travel all this way for you, to you, for you. Sunday night and I'm at home alone, and I miss the smell of your perfume. 5 long days and 4 more hours till I am there again with you. And oh, what a thrill to finally be with you. When I see your face, I know there ain't nothing strong enough to keep me away from you. There could be a wall of fire 10 feet higher, I would just walk on through. Where there once was only room for one, forever there will be two. That's why I travel all this way for you. Seconds make minutes, make hours, make days. I've added it all up a million ways. Multiply that times the fact that when I'm with you, I feel brand new. That's why I travel all this way to you. There ain't nothing strong enough to keep me away from you. There could be a wall of fire 10 feet or higher, I would walk on through. Where there once was only room for one, forever there will be two. And that's why I travel all this way, just to see your pretty face each and every Saturday. For you, to you, for you.
Alrighty. It is 9 o'clock. Who is here? Who is in the stream? Doesn't look like many people. Oh. That's not good. Alright. Well, let me give it a bit more time for people to show up. And then we can get started with the quiz for today. Alright. So let's wait a couple more minutes.
Let's get it started in here.
And the bass keeps running, running, and 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 running, running, and.
In this context, there's no disrespect, so when I bust my rhyme, you break your necks. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect from all intellect and let the rhythm affect. To lose the inhibition, follow your intuition, free your inner soul and break away from tradition. Cause when we be out, girl, it's pulling me out. You wouldn't believe how we wow shit out. We burn it till it's burned out. into it. Get stupid. Get it started. Get it started. Get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Yeah. Lose control of body and soul. Don't move too fast, people just take it slow. Don't get ahead, just jump into it. Y'all hear about it? The P's will do it. Get started, get stupid. Don't worry about it, people will walk you through it step by step like an infant new kid. Inch by inch with a new solution. Transmit hits with no delusion. The feeling's irresistible and that's how we move it. Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stupid, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Yeah. Running, running, and running, running. Come on, y'all. Let's get it. Let's get it. And I like it. Let's get it. And I like it. Let's get it. And let's get ill, that's the deal. Applicator will bring the bug dot drill. Just lose your mind, this is the time. You can't stand still, twist and bang your spine. Just bob your head like me, Apple D. Up inside your club or in your Bentley. Get messy, loud and sick. Your mind fast, no more on another head trip. So come them now, do not correct it. Let's get ignorant, let's get hectic. Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stupid, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Okie dokie. I guess I'll just begin by, I guess I'll just begin and I'll record how to, access the quiz and I'll post it. Should be a short recording, and this is not going to be a very long class meeting because you guys have a quiz today. So for those of you who are here on time, thank you. Okay, let's just get down to brass taxes. Okay, recording is starting now. So, let's take a look and see how we access the quiz. So right now I'm on my student version, my student account, and I posted the quiz this morning using a Google Forms. And in order to get to it, you need to go to the classwork tab. In the classwork tab, there is the very top of it is the chapter 13 quiz. So you'll click on this, and it opens up a form with the different questions. So I believe I changed it from 20 questions to 15 questions. And then there's a short answer at the very bottom. And this is the question that I chose from our practice questions. Why do some birds migrate? So go ahead and get started on that. Once you are done with this quiz, you are done with my class for this week. And we will be meeting on Monday. And we'll start a new section. But that's it for today. So good luck to you guys on the quiz. Do your best. You could use the chapter 13 review we put together. You can use the pages from the textbook to support you. Whatever you need to help you be successful. And I believe that's it. So I'm going to exit out of this. And, okay, Jake is here. Elijah's here. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and cut off this stream right now. I'm going to stop the recording and post it so other people know how to access the quiz. I'll keep the stream open actually, and I'll keep an eye on the chat. So if you have a question about anything, just type it into the YouTube stream chat where Elijah posted a message just now, and I'll take a look and see if I can help out with whatever you need assistance with. Okay, good luck, guys. Mm. Okay, if yeah, we'll have a hangout for Monday, Jake. Uh, oh, Eric's here. Hey. So, Eric, if you're on the stream right now, go ahead and if you didn't get the instructions to how to take the quiz, go ahead and watch the video that I just posted, and afterwards go into the classwork and take the quiz. Or Eric, I know you haven't been here as much the past few weeks, so if you would like to wait on the quiz instead and take it at a later time, I'm alright with that. If you guys are just tuning in now, the video with instructions to take the quiz is on the Google Classroom page right over here. So take a look at that video and take the quiz right after. And also, if you're in the stream, please respond to the attendance. The YouTube live stream isn't working. It should be working. Alrighty. Let me check and see who did this. Alright, Jetson and Jake, you guys did the quiz. You're good to go. Oh, so if you guys are wondering why your short answer was marked wrong, it's because I put in like a very specific answer. But I am going to look over the short answers and and grade them individually. I'm not going to let the Google form to grade it automatically. So don't worry about that. Jake, just because it was marked wrong on the quiz does not mean it's incorrect. I'm going to take a look at it and then give it points um, based on your answers. Whoa, 7 people watching now. Why are my students all late? If you guys are my students, you guys are just crashing in here way late. Please mark attendance that you're here. I mean, I'm sorry. Go down to my attendance check post and let me know that you were here. Jetson, I already addressed this a little while ago. If you weren't, if the stream wasn't working, I can explain it again. The short answer is gonna be correct wrong because I wrote in a sentence or a couple sentences, and the Google Forms compares what you wrote to what I wrote, and if it's not like 100% the same, it's gonna mark it wrong. Don't worry, I'm gonna be going back and reviewing the short answers and giving you guys points. So don't worry if it shows up incorrect. Um, I'll be taking a look at it later. Very nice. Emmanuel, Jake, Elijah, Jet. Great. Still 8 more people who haven't finished it. Anthony, if you're in the stream, uh, please take a look at that video in case you need to know how to take the quiz. But it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you just click on this and it just opens up a form for you, and pretty good to go.
the race goes. Sunshine, hurricane, all the highs and lows. Yeah, we can take it all back to the register and start all over from the canister. Let's break it all down into pieces of bright moments that pass by like a meteorite.
Alrighty. Okay, 18 minutes left in class. If you're still working on the quiz, feel free to keep doing that. If you need more time and want to turn it in at the end of the day, that's fine too. Just remember that I'm marking attendance based on who has turned it in during class time. So please let me know that you were here somewhere on the class stream so that I don't mark you absent. Hi Nathan, you're a bit early to class. I'm still teaching biology, so just hang tight. We'll start math at 9:40.
you guys doing? You good? All right. We are the Delvon Lamar Organ Trio, aka D-Lo 3. We're gonna warm up with some music for you. We're gonna play a tune. This is gonna be familiar to most of you guys.
If you guys are here for math and ready to get started and would like to get get a head start on our assignment for today, I just posted it right here. So go ahead and we're gonna go over it together as a class today. You can wait or you can try to do it right now, but we will be doing it together as a group. All right. Oh my goodness, Brianna was here! Do 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 do. Alright, we're getting ready to start math soon. Thank you for those who arrived early and were patient enough to wait. Just a few more minutes and we will be on our way. Okay. Um, let's see who's here. Alright, Nathan, I got you for sure. I know you're here. I can always count on you being here. But let's see who else is waiting in the shadows. Okie dokie. Give it a few more minutes. There's only 5 people apparently watching right now. So we'll give it, we'll wait a little bit before we get started. I'd say another 2 minutes. Good morning, Vika. Good morning. Who else? Oh, not just Vika and Nathan that I see so far. Let's see who else. No, just those two. Hi, Crystal. How you doing? All right, let's just get started right now. So I posted right before class started. I posted a worksheet, the ratios worksheet 1. Um, so you'll be able to download this. Some people already turned it in, but we're gonna be going over this together. You know what? Let's get some ambience going on in here. Just some nice ambience. Here we go. Alrighty. So we're gonna try to answer these as a class. I know some people are picking up ratios really quick, and others are having a little more difficulty with them. So we're going to try to review these together. So let's go ahead and look at the first one, which they already answered for us right here. Okay, so they already gave us the ratio for the example. But a couple things for us to pay attention to. First off is the order of the ratio, the way that they describe the ratio. What is the ratio of squares to triangles? The ratio would be a lot different if they asked for the ratio, or the ratio would look different if they asked for the triangles to squares instead of squares to triangles. Okay, so the order again is very important. And the first thing you would do to solve this problem is first off count how many of the different objects you have. So if we're counting squares, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Wait, no, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, yeah, there's 14. All right. So 14 squares, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triangles, okay? So 14 squares, 6 triangles. That is the ratio that they give us an example. So this is the correct ratio. And again, notice how the ratio is in the same order as the actual words are, okay? So that is a very useful trick in case you're having some trouble with ratios. So let's go ahead and try to answer number 1 together as a class, or if you want to volunteer, definitely step in. Can someone tell me for the first problem what the number of well, let's first look at the order that they want us to write the ratio. Stars to moons. So we're going to need the number of stars first, and then the number of moons, and we'll write them in that order. So can someone tell me how many stars are in this first problem? I'll zoom it in here. How many stars do we have here? Let's check. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So yes, we have 13 stars. And how many moons do we have? 10, I believe. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, we have 10 moons. So our ratio is going to be 13 to 10. Easy peasy. Okay? All right, let's do number 2 together right now. So we're looking for the ratio of pentagons to moons. Remember that order is important. So which number are we going to write first? Which number are we going to write over pentagons? Very good, Nathan. Okay, thank you, Crystal. Yes, 3. And the number of moons? 2, 4, 6, 8. Wait, no. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Um, how are you guys getting 17? So we're simply just counting the number of shapes, right? And we're writing the numbers above the names of the shapes. And by writing it in that order, we're actually writing the ratio, okay? 3 to 13. Pentagons to moon. It would be different if they asked you for the ratio of moons to pentagons. Because again, and I'll keep repeating it because it's good that to remember the order that they write the ratio is important. Okay. So thank you very much, Crystal. Let's go ahead and do this next one. Again, we're doing it different this time. We're doing moons to pentagons. Okay. So the order's changed, and also the number of those shapes have changed. So what is the number of moons in problem number 3? 1, 2. Uh-oh, Ben. They're asking for the number of moons first, not the number of pentagons first. Okay, so Ben, you just made a classic mistake, which is you put the numbers of the ratio out of order. Okay, so remember they ask for the number of moons first. They want the ratio of moons to pentagons, and since there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 moons, we write 15 first. We don't write it second. And there's 5 pentagons. When were fractions invented? I do not know. Well, fractions have always existed. It's just our way to identify them and denote them was probably invented probably by the Arabs. Probably by the Arabs. I'm not too keen on math history. All right, let's go ahead and move on to number 4. So Ben, let's give Ben a shot at this one. The ratio of moons to stars. So we are going to write the number of moons first, and then the number of stars, in that order. Ooh, let's double check that. 6, 8, 10, 12. All right, so yes, you're right, Nathan. There are 12 moons and 12 stars. Now, the interesting thing about this is that we can write an easy equivalent ratio, right? For when we have 12 moons for every 12 stars, we can also say that we have one moon for every one star, right? They're both equal. They're equivalent ratios, okay? If I took out, well, let me show you this really quickly. So that ratio of moons to stars is 12 to 12, okay? If I divided this side by 12, right, and I divided this side by 12, I would get the 1-to-1 ratio, okay? And they're equivalent. Think of them like fractions, in that you can reduce them and find equivalent fractions and equivalent ratios. So you can write either 12 to 12 or 1 to 1. They are both correct. I'll accept either. I appreciate the extra effort if you decide to reduce it down. All right. Number 5. Let's go over number 5 right now. We are going to determine the ratio of triangles to pentagons. Okay. So I want the number of triangles first, and then I want to write the number of pentagons, and my ratio will be complete. So let's count the number of triangles. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Good job. Oh, good job, Ben. Are there 8 pentagons? Let's check. 2, 4, 6, 8. Perfect. So we got our ratio. Great job, Ben. Thank you very much. I did not check Moe Max since Wednesday, last time we did it, but I can go check it again, Sedina. Alrighty. So it's a very straightforward worksheet. There's 11 problems. Oh, did I post the? Okay, I didn't post the answer key. Good. But hopefully you're understanding that these ratios are quite simple, and if you're getting more comfortable with them, I'm glad. Alrighty. Alright, let's do number 6 together. Can someone tell me what the number of triangles is in this problem? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, Ben. Hey, Annalise. So there are 13 triangles. I think Ben, you may have just miscounted one. And then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. 13 moons. So what's another ratio? Give me an equivalent ratio for triangles to moons. What can I write instead of 13 to 13? If you remember from number 4, then you might be able to tell me an equivalent ratio. 1, 2, 1. 1 to 1. So either of them are correct. It's a 1 to 1 ratio. Hey Thad, how you doing? We're just going over this worksheet together. If you want to, this is an assignment, so you can go to the classwork tab, and the file for this ratios worksheet is located there. Oops. All right, we're back. Okay, so again, because there's the same number of triangles to moons, instead of writing 13 to 13, we can simply write 1 to 1, and it would also be correct. Alrighty. Let's do the next one. Pentagons to squares. Vika, give me the ratio for number 7, please. Okay, thank you, Ben. You guys are doing. You guys are really, really, really doing this quickly. Okay. Yes, there are 7 pentagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there are 1, 2, 3 squares. So, good job, Ben. Oops. Erase that. There we go. All right, Vika, give me this next ratio, the ratio of hearts to moons. Let's give this a shot. Oh, this is tricky because they're different. They're the same color. So number of hearts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. All right. This one's a toss-up. Whoever answers first. Ratio of squares to pentagons. Thank you, Vika. Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you, Ben. Great job, you guys. Five to five. Is this a 1-to-1 ratio? Let's check. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry. We're doing squares first. Okay. Can't make that mistake. So I'll write squares first. 2, 4. Well, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Okay. Let's do pentagons now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. All right, so it is a 1-to-1 ratio. But technically, Ben's not wrong either, because 13 to 13 equals a 1-to-1 ratio. But also, 5 to 5 is also a 1-to-1 ratio. So technically, you could put any two numbers, you could put two of the same number as your ratio, and they would all be equivalent. So Ben, technically you're not wrong. 5 to 5 is also a correct ratio for this. You could put a million to a million, and it would still be correct. But it's just simpler to put 1 to 1, so that's why mathematicians prefer it. So yes, this is 13 to 13, or you can also write 1 to 1, and both would be correct. All right, we have 2 more to go, and we should be done. The ratio of moons to pentagons. So moons first, then pentagons. What's the moons? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Man, they really like the number 13, don't they? And pentagons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much, Nathan. All right. And last but not least, what is the ratio of moons to triangles? So moons first, number of moons first, and then the number of triangles. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And triangles is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. Which means, guys, what's another way we can write this ratio? Exactly right, Nathan. We could also write 1 to 1. For every 1 moon, there's also 1 triangle. Alrighty. And that is the worksheet. So I just wanted to review it and give you guys some practice together and show you how quickly and easily we can figure these out. It will get a little bit more difficult, but for the most part, as long as you understand how to identify the ratios and write them in the correct order, depending on what's asked, then you should be. Yeah, I mean, you will do well for the rest of this unit. Okay, so as long as we have that understanding, the order that the ratio is written is important because it tells us what order to write the numbers. All right. Any last questions? We're going to end the class right now. And I'll give you guys time to turn in. Leave. I'll give you guys time to turn in the ratios worksheet. Let me ask you guys before you get started on that worksheet. Can we please get the attendance checked out? You're welcome, Vika. So Matthew, Jackie, Thad, Annalise. Yes, that we are just doing that worksheet. We're just doing that worksheet. Do you want me to? I can stay on. I'm gonna be at my desk. I could stay in the chat. And you could type in the chat if you need me to help you. Um, okay. Is Rachel here? Where's Rachel? I guess she's not. Okay, so I'm gonna do attendance right now. If you guys are commenting in the stream chat or in on the classroom page, I will be checking both. Okay, so no Rachel. I know Jackie. Jackie's here. Ben's here. Crystal's here. Annalise is here. Jessie. Is Jessie here? I have no idea. Matthew said she's here. Vika, always here. Justin. I have no idea if Justin's here. Sadina is here. Thad's here. And Nathan's here. So I don't know about Rachel, Jesse, or Justin. So if you guys are in the stream and you hear me saying your name and you're not distracted by other things, and you can respond and let me know that you have attended, then I will not mark you absent. Give you guys some time. There's 13 people watching, which means I know you're here, Annalise. Okay, Sadina. So here's what you can do. Uh, you're very welcome to when you submit it. Let me show you actually on the I'll do this on my student version, so it's easier that way. So let me show you how you can do this, Sadina. You don't need a printer. Here's what you can do. Let's go classwork, ratios worksheet. So when you go to the ratios worksheet, yes, the attachment is there for you to download and print, but if you do not have a printer, that's completely fine. You're still able to submit your answers to the worksheet. So you can keep the worksheet open, and you can write your answers in a Google Doc. Okay? So you can open up a Docs here, and it's creating it right now. So I'm going to open it, and I'll put it in a separate window and make it a little smaller. Oops. Let's see here. Yeah. So I could have a little Google Doc open right here. And again, I created this Google Doc. It's attached. It's already automatically attached to the assignment. So whatever changes you make to this document will also it'll save it automatically, and it'll also be attached to the post. So when you put in all your answers in the Google Doc, you can turn it in that way. So for this assignment, right? You could have your Google Docs open and look over the questions, okay? And then type your answers as you work on the assignment. So for number 1, I think number 1 was the ratio star smooth 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So 13 to 2, 4, 6, 8. No, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 13 to 10. And it'll automatically save. So I can even exit out right now. And if I want to go back and, you know, finish the worksheet and finish putting my answers, I just open it up again. And what do you know? My answers from earlier are saved. So you do not need to print this out. Um, for some assignments, this might be challenging, or in some assignments might be challenging because I would need to see your work. So what I would recommend in that case is you actually do it on paper, you write it out, and then you take a photo and send me the photo so I can see your work. Okay, because that's important too. For this assignment, it's not a big deal if I don't see your work. Really, it's just making sure that you're putting the numbers in the right order and you're not miscounting the different objects that you're supposed to assign ratios to. But yeah, you have some options if printing the sheet out is not possible for you. Okay? Perfect, perfect. You have to request to do it? No, no you don't. No you don't. You see the difference is, Sadina, you want to edit the actual file here. I'm saying don't do that. Okay? You don't actually edit this file. You create a separate Google Docs. Okay? You create a separate Google Docs. You don't try to edit this file itself. Okay, you guys, if you guys were here and you're working on the worksheet or you're done with it, or if you were part of our class review of ratios and you were here for the entire time, you're welcome to go and get ready for your next class. All right. Thank you guys for showing up today. Have a wonderful Friday. And let me just double check the attendance. Okay, so I'm still wondering about Justin, Rachel, and Jesse. Did Jesse end up commenting? I have no... Oh, is he up there? Jesse. I don't see Jesse. Okay. So that's it. Alright, guys. I will see you on Monday. Thank you guys so much for coming. Have a terrific weekend. And, yeah. Auf Wiedersehen. Oh, Justin was here. Okay. Yep. If you have the assignment and you know what to do and you're ready to finish it and return it in later, you're free to go and get ready for your next class. Uh, Sadina, Sadina, you cannot, you cannot try to edit the worksheet in Google Docs. It's not going to show up the right way because it's a different format. So please don't try to do that. Um, what you simply need to do is you can have it open on a screen, okay? And then in a separate Google Docs, you write your answers. You don't try to edit this in a Google Docs. Just leave it alone, okay? The formatting is going to get all screwy if you try to. You're going to have to make a new Google Docs, create a new one, and put your answers in that new Google Docs, okay? Of course, it doesn't show the images because it's a blank Google document. So that's why you have this file open. You can switch in between, okay? Or better yet, you could keep the worksheet open. You can write your answers on a piece of paper. Some students have submitted just pictures of them writing out the answers on paper. Uh, so don't try to. I mean, if you create a new Google Docs, it's not going to have any of this stuff on it. It's just going to be blank. But you can write your answers. You know, you can write the answer to number 1, 13 to 10. Answer to number 2, 3 to 12. I don't know what that answer was, but you can just write your answers out, and that's all I need for this assignment. In the future, I'd recommend doing it on paper, like writing it out by hand, and then taking a picture, scanning it, and then sending it to me. Okay? So just to recap, don't try to edit this file in Google Drives. Okay? It's not going to work the way you want it to. Whew.
check it. Check it. Oh, I think I got the fever. I'm heated. Pumping up the meter. Roll me a ringleader, mad party bleeder. Make this with a storm. Lead after lead after leader. Hey, can you dig it? I come alive, y'all give me what you got. Back up, come stick up. Pump your fist up. You check the shadow, no buck shots, a bus slip up. Check it out, check it out, check it, 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 check it,
dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Losing power. I'm here, Thad. I'm here, Thad. But I'm getting ready for biology. What do you need, Thad? All right, we're getting started because we have very little time. Very, very little time. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this video right now, and then I'm going to start recording. If you are here and ready to go, then that's great. We need to catch up. Fourth period is ahead. All right, let's do it.
Welcome to Moo Math and Science. In this video, I'd like to talk about which graph do I use. There are lots of different graphs that you can use in math and science, and sometimes it's hard to figure out which type I should use to display data. Here's a nice chart that goes over different types of graphs and when you should maybe use them. First,
Why do they put the
bar
people
graph,
next to the graphs? I
and
don't
this
get
shows
that.
the number in particular categories. A circle graph compares parts of the data to the whole. A double bar graph is good for comparing. Box and whiskers show measures of variation. A histogram is good to show frequency of data divided into intervals. A line graph shows change over time, and a line plot shows frequency on a number line. So let's look at a particular examples. Up first is the bar graph. Notice in this particular example, you have types of cookies and cells, so you have categories. Next, we have a line graph, and line graphs are famous for showing data over time. For example, the stock market uses the price of stock over time, and it can be daily or monthly. A circle graph is good to show parts of a whole. In this example, you have parts of people and their favorite sport, and notice it's divided in percents or parts, and then you have the total number of people. Next, we have a double bar graph, and it's good to compare data. In this example, you have a survey, and then you have the number that consider themselves Christian, no religion, etc. But you see that it compares the different data. Okay? Next, we have a histogram. When do we use these? They are very good to show intervals. Notice that you have the height of black cherry trees, and then the frequency, but also notice that it's over, you have a range or an interval of height. So again, histograms are always, not always, but are used well for intervals. A box and whisker is good to show variation.
All right, we're skipping the box and whisker and the line plot because we are not going to be using them. Perhaps if you took an upper level science class in me, we might explore how to display variation in data. But we're not gonna leap too far ahead. So this is the video that I posted on Wednesday when I had those internet issues. So if you watched it already, that's perfect. If you did not, well, you watched it right now. You got all the important bits. There is one type of graph that was not discussed, and that would be a scatter plot. They don't have scatter plot. They don't provide that in the example, so it's a little frustrating. But we'll talk about what that is. So this is the last. Well, let me go ahead and start recording. So this is the last sort of, I guess, supplementary lesson for us to learn how to complete all the requirements of science fair. So we've already gone over developing hypotheses and questions, writing procedures, listing out materials. We talked about how to come to your conclusions based on what the data shows. And now we're going to talk about how to put that data into a more visual presentation. And let's just get started. Okay, so you are aware of the different types of graphs that are used for different situations. That was what the video was kind of covering. We're going to speak about five types of graphs in particular. And I have some sample data and sample graphs to accompany them. And we're going to be looking at them one by one today. Because since your products are all different, you might require or present your data in a different way than the next person. So we're just going to go over all of them right now. All right. So there are, again, I said there are going to be five different 5 different types of graphs that we look at. And again, scatter plot is the one that was not presented in the video, but I'll review what it is today. First, bar graphs, pie charts, histograms, line charts. These are all great ways to show data, but they have their purposes. Uh, so here I have 5 different sets of data. I just recorded it on tables. All right, it's important to stay organized. So if you're writing out your data by hand, or you can also make it on an electronic document, uh, if you wanted to, arrange it like this. But again, collecting your data it should be an important part of your project, and I would recommend you keep it organized into tables like this. Um, so let's look at this first graph. Excuse me. So the first graph shows data on the percent water content in fruits. Okay, and we have 3 different fruits here. Oh, whoops. We have strawberries, apples, and oranges. Okay. So these would be considered different categories, right? They are different variables. But you can also put them into different categories. Right? You think of a variable as its own category. And here I have 3 tests for each type of fruit. And each of those tests, obviously, you might get slightly different results each time, and that's what happens here. We have different percent water content measurements throughout our tests for all of our fruits. But in order to, I guess, centralize that data, a sample average is also provided. So basically, the average is just the sum of all these tests added and divided by the number of tests. So you add these all together. Since there's 3 tests, you divide the sum of those numbers by 3. You know, and if you, I would definitely recommend doing multiple tests and calculating those averages. Okay. So what type of graph would you use here? You can type it in the chat. I'll give you guys a few seconds to contribute. What type of graph would you use here? Would you use a scatter plot, a bar graph, a pie chart, histogram, or a line chart? Okay, if you were thinking, this looks like the right type of, this looks like data that can be easily presented in a bar graph, you would be correct. Okay, so here is the actual graph for this data, and and repeat. So what I asked was, what type of graph would you use to visually present this data? And the correct response is a bar graph. Okay. The bar graph has different categories, right? That's what it's meant to show. It's meant to show the comparison of different categories. Our different fruits are technically our categories, and what you see here on this graph is simply the individual measurements per test. You can see that they're labeled here: test 1, test 2, test 3, and they're color coded, along with the sample average. And when you visually compare it on this graph, on this bar graph, you can definitely see there's a difference in the water content between those fruits, and difference in the average water content as well. Okay, so this is a perfect set of data to display in a bar graph. All right, let's take a look at the second data set. The second data set is pretty much just taken from our original photosynthesis lab that we did last semester, where we grew plants in the dark and grew them in the light, and we measured their length after a certain period of time. Okay? Uh, so we have 2 different groups, 2 different variables. Again, we're approaching this as if we are collecting data, or we're looking at data from an experimental procedure. And we are measuring the length in centimeters. That's why we have that's why you have this little parentheses cm parentheses. Okay, and you'll see this a lot in graphs where if it's not explicitly stated in the title, then they will put in parentheses what unit of measurement they're using. So they don't have to write 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters, 5. They just write the number, and then in the title of the data, they just write the unit there. Okay. So we can see that there are multiple measurements taken for an individual plant over a period of time, right? 12 days from the looks of it. Okay. So, uh, and again, we have two different variables. So we're looking at the growth of those two variables, and also multiple tests within, right? So there's two plants in each of these groups, as well as the average growth between those two plants. This is the what? Oh, sorry, let me backtrack. What kind of graph would you guys use here? Okay, let me scroll up again. We've already done bar graph. We have pie chart, histogram, line chart, or scatter plot. What do you guys think is an appropriate graph here, based on what you know? Okay, if you are thinking a line chart is the perfect way to represent this data, you would be correct. Let me show you guys the sample I have over here. Not a pie chart. Not a pie chart. So a line chart. And here I have multiple line charts, right? I have one line chart for my dark plant group. I have one line chart for my light plant group. And then I have a chart that compares the averages of the light and the dark. Okay. And the reason I made three separate graphs is, well, first I'd like to show just like the individual results for each plant. So within the dark plant group, I wanted to definitely show how each individual plant grew and just record that on its own without comparing it. And then I wanted to do the same for the light plants. But at the same time, we do need to compare the differences between our two variables, light and dark. And that's why it's important to have your averages listed in for both variables in a comparison chart right here. Okay. So and you'll notice that amongst all these graphs, okay, I display all the data, right? So every single one of my data entries, it is visualized on this graph. Let's go back to the actual bar graph from number 1. Okay, all of these measurements, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 12 measurements total displayed in this table. If we go back to my bar graph, what do you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, so I have every single instance of measurement that I did is displayed on this graph. Now, if you're doing a test if you're doing a project and you test something 30 times, uh, you don't have to list every single individual piece of data. But it's just nice to know that if you are definitely displaying all the individual measurements as well as the averages, you are being very thorough, and it's likely that you will get full points for your visual data. Okay? Alrighty. So again, we've covered line charts and we've covered bar graphs. Let's go ahead and look at the next set of data and discuss what you would use here. All right, this one's going to be kind of tricky. We're looking at number 3 right now, the byte breakdown chart. Okay, and this is actually very similar. Well, two of those variables, corn and strawberry, are literally the exact data that I collected from my carp fishing study. And if you don't believe me, well, let me show you right now. Here it is. So it's literally this chart, except now it's not in a chart. It is now in a little table with the different times listed out. Okay. And yes, I did plot them in a line chart, but there's probably a better way to do this. At least if I'm not concerned about what time I caught each fish at, or I got each bite at, maybe I just want to see the overall breakdown, which baits got which bites. Which graph would I use in this situation? Aaron, I think you got this one. I think you can go ahead and let us know what type of graph we should use here. Go on. Say it. pi, pi, and always pi. Yes. Again, this is yeah, yes. Again, this is this is a tricky one because I fool you. I'm trying to throw you off because I have these times listed here, and line charts again are used to measure change over time, or measure the rate of something over a period of time, which is why uh, I use a line chart for this second example here. But this is just the way I recorded the data. Realistically, if I want just a breakdown of which baits got how many bytes, I would just use a pie chart here. Okay, you could plot out the way I do, and again, the way I plotted this in my conclusion is fine. I just wanted to show you guys, interesting pattern depending on what time of day I got the bytes at. But that's a little unnecessary, especially if you just want to know the percentage breakdown of the different baits. So uh, here is the pie chart that I came up with for that set of data. And I forget, I didn't know how to add in the percentages. There's a way to do that by editing the elements. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that on Word, or I didn't bother to. But yeah, you would definitely have a pie chart with the different percentage breakdowns, or you could have the actual number of each. So if corn is 9, strawberries 2, and bread is 10, you would just write the numbers or in their respective slices of the pie. Okay. What kind of pie? Byte pie. Byte breakdown pie. That's the kind of pie. Okay. Moving on, we are going to look at number 4. And number 4 is tricky. It's I'm just gonna go ahead and straight up tell you this is the kind of a data set I would plot in a scatter plot over any other graph. Okay, and the reason why is because we are comparing two variables to each other, right? Two direct variables to each other. Um, again, we want to directly show relationships between these two variables in our graph. If we graph them separately, we won't be able to show a relationship. Okay, we want to establish a relationship between the hours of games played and the limit of peripheral vision. So, just to give you guys some understanding, acuity of peripheral vision, I'm just defining this as the ability of a person to accurately distinguish an object and identify it correctly within a certain angle away from where their central vision is focused. Okay, so I'll just draw it out here for you, so it makes sense. So let's say that you are standing right here, and you're looking at an object. Oops, we'll do this. And you're looking at an object, right here. Okay. Well, let's say that I wanted to put a little shape right there, and I wanted to see if these shapes could be identified. Uh, Basically, what you're doing is you're asking the subject to keep their eyes focused on this central object, and then you're going to place different objects in their peripheral vision, in their periphery, and if they can identify it accurately, let's say they identify this one, they knew it was like a four-pointed star. Okay, well then you just simply measure the angle between where they're looking at and where the object is right there. So obviously, some people will be able to distinguish objects in their peripheral at a greater angle than others. So their periphery limit would be greater. And you can see, you can easily measure this out in simple degrees. Okay, so that's basically what this is looking at. And it's correlating this limit of the peripheral vision with the hours of video games played per day. And again, we want to show that there is a relationship, or try to find a relationship between the two. So a scatter plot is great for finding or plotting out and showing relationship. And the more subjects you have, the more data points you have, the better that relationship is revealed. Okay. Let me show you the graph right now. Where is it? So this would be the scatter plot. And again, here is our are hours played on the horizontal x-axis, and then the limit, the acuity limit, or the degrees of their peripheral vision. And you can see that they are lined up. They are lined up, or they correspond, for each subject, basically. So let's take a look at subject 1. Subject 1 will have their own point on this graph. Each one of these subjects will correspond to one dot on this graph. So subject 1, they played 2 hours of video games a day. Their acuity limit is 70 degrees. Well, if I look at my graph, 2 hours played per day, 70 degrees. This is subject 1 right here, okay? And obviously, the more subjects you have, the more dots will appear on this graph, and then that way you can examine the way that the data is curved to determine a relationship. So if you did a bunch of dots and you notice that the general direction of the dots is traveling upwards to the upper right, you would say that, okay, there is a relationship. In this case, there is very little relationship. Our data is kind of flat. I mean, with one exception, this outlier right here, but our data is significantly flat, which means that there's probably no relationship, okay? And the reason I'm taking more time to explain to you what a scatter plot is because interpreting it is trickier than interpreting the other types of visual data that we're going over, okay? When you have a flat line like this, if the overall kind of pattern of your dots is rather flat, this means that there is no relationship, okay? No relationship between hours played and your acuity limit or your peripheral vision limit, right? So that's fine. It just means that it doesn't matter how many hours of video games you play per day. It has nothing to do with, it has no effect on your peripheral vision. Okay. What if the data was what if the dots made like a general upward trend like this? Okay. This would mean that there is a positive relationship, or actually, let me just write a plus. A general upward trend is a positive relationship, meaning there is a relationship between your hours of video games and your peripheral vision. The more hours you play, the higher your peripheral vision. Okay. That's what an upward line, a line that goes up and to the right, would indicate. Okay, this is a positive relationship. And finally, if you notice that the general trend of your data is going down like this, this indicates a negative relationship, meaning when one of these variables increases, the other decreases. Okay, what happens if I decrease hours played? Well, peripheral vision goes up. What happens if I increase hours played? Well, peripheral vision is going down, right? So that's what those different I guess, shapes and directions of the data would show in a scatter plot here. And obviously, the more dots you have, the better of an idea of that relationship that you will be able to determine. Okay, so that's it for scatter plots. I know that one took a while. Let's move into the last type of graph, which would be histogram, just process of elimination. We've gone over every single one except histograms. So what do I have here? What do I have here? I have just a chart. It's a very simple chart. It's just got numbers listed in different cells without any specific organization or structure to it. They're just kind of written out here. But this is a data set, and each of these, what this data set measures is the length of garter snakes. So each one of these numbers is a measurement of a unique garter snake. So this garter snake was caught and was measured at 40 centimeters. This one was caught and measured at 42, and so on and so forth, okay? And if you're trying to examine, what's sort of the average shape, or what's the most, I guess, what can I expect a garter snake to be, or let me just put it this way. I guess I want to know the frequency of certain lengths of snakes, right? Meaning I want to know if I caught a snake, what is the chance that it's going to be between a certain measurement range, all right? That's what you would use for this particular set of data, a histogram. A histogram shows that frequency of different interval ranges. And let me explain that a little better when I pull up the histogram right here. So here's a histogram, and it looks very simple. The more you could change the intervals. You can change the ranges of those intervals. So if you notice right here at the bottom, each one of these intervals, its range is actually written here. So this bar right here is counting the number of snakes that are between 31 and 42 centimeters, okay? So this bar goes up to 9, meaning out of all the snakes I caught, 9 of them were between 31 and 42 centimeters, okay? So they fall into that interval of measurement. And then I caught 5 snakes that were between 42 and 53 centimeters, and then I caught one snake that was between 53 and 64. And you can look at this histogram and say, all right, well, it seems that most garter snakes are within 31 to 42 centimeters in length, right? So that's sort of probably their average length, or maybe that's just most commonly what they grow to. You can interpret it that way. The interesting thing about this particular graph is that the individual measurements aren't listed. So if you remember, up in our bar graph, we list out our individual measurements, and each of them becomes its own bar. But pie charts, in pie charts and histograms, we're not listing out those individual measurements. We're just kind of lumping them into categories. So if you're going to use a pie chart or a histogram, I would recommend including a table of data similar to what I've done here. So if I was doing a project on the length of garter snakes, and I wanted to include a histogram, I would also include this table of data under the histogram so that people could see, just the individual lengths that I measured for the snakes that I caught. Okay. So I posted these on the Google Classroom page for you to take a look at. And if you need help with running some just basic statistical analysis on your data, calculating averages, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. But if it's something that you don't know how to do, reach out to me and I can help you. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So some of you guys, this may not apply to you either because you're doing uh, you're not doing a science fair project, you're doing an alternate project, or if you are if you're doing a different style of science fair project, this might not apply to you. Although we can try to find a way for you to definitely collect data. And I'm speaking mostly to you, Aaron. There's probably some sort of data that you can collect, maybe on the speed at which your automatic electric screwdriver works compared to a conventional screwdriver. Uh, we can find ways to display data that you collect. So reach out to me, and I can help you with that one on one. Any questions? Oh, yeah, Paris. By the way, I got this. I was inspired. I was inspired by you when I made this graph. So Paris, if you're still doing that project, right? You would use a scatter plot. You would definitely plot out something like this to show a relationship or a non-relationship between hours of video games and peripheral vision. Yes, you inspired me, Paris. Okay, all right. Don't get your ego, too close to the sun now. All right, guys. Let me stop the recording right now. Does anyone need me to post this recording? I hope not, but if you do, I can. All right. No questions? Sounds good to me. Okay, you guys have 10 minutes left. I'll let you go right now. You can get to your fourth period on time if you need to. And yeah, I'll see you guys. Well, I'll see Matthew later, but the rest of you guys, I will check in with you next week. Oh wait, quickly let's do an attendance check. Who's here? So Matt, Tristan, Paris, Aaron. There are a couple more people. Who else is in here? Let me check here. Participants. Well, actually, I'll probably just write it. If I didn't individually identify you, go ahead and comment over here so that I know you made it.
Check it. Check it. Oh, I think I got the fever. I'm heated. Pumping up the meter. Want me a ringleader, bad party bleeder. Make this with a storm. Lead after lead after leader. Hey, can you dig it? I come alive, y'all give me what you got. Back up, come stick up, pump your fist up. You took the shot of the buckshots, a bus slip up. Morning like a kid. Gonna make it feel alright. Pump it up all night. Body rock, show me what you got. Let my break. Hey, slip up. Morning like a kid. Gonna make it feel alright. Pump it up all night. Body rock, show me what you got. Let my break.
Christian, where are you? Are you in chat, Christian? Oui. Ethan, go to your fourth period. Good morning, Connor. Good morning, Bryce. Hey, guys. How you guys doing? All right. So there's one thing that really needs to get done right now, and that is, I promised Christian Well, I told Christian I would play chess with him last night, and I wasn't able to, so we're going to start off with a little chess match between me and Christian, just because I owe it to him. So, we're going to stream this game, and Christian, get ready. You better get ready. Play. There he is, he's online. We're going to do a 5-5 format. Alright, let's do it. I need some classical music here. Actually, I could play this one. Alright. And again, I'm only doing this because I owe it to Christian. Are you serious? Why would you do that? Okay. Mm. Mm. This is bio, but I owe Christian a chess game. I don't want to interrupt his classes. Okay. What do we got there? That's a weird move. Let's go here. Really? Yeah. Hey Nathaniel, how you doing? I can only see what morning. What's up with stress, Garrett? Why are you saying you're stressed? What is this? Okay. Gotta start pushing here. I know what to do. I know what to do. Yeah, I told Chris and I'd play with him last night, and then I totally didn't respond to him. So I owe him a chess game. It's a quick game, but we'll get through this as long as he starts playing a move. Yeah, I'm playing Christian right now, so you didn't. We're not doing tests today, so take a break, enjoy the chess. Christian, make your move. Is that the move? Really? Okay, let me see here. Yeah. What was this for? Now let's do this. Yeah. We gotta be quick, Christian. I do need to teach. Make your moves. Free pawn? Now let's do... Yeah, let's do that. Really, Christian? Really? What does he got here? Yeah. I was trying to get a hold of Christian earlier. I thought he would join the stream earlier, so. Let's see. Is that it? I like that. Oof. That is rough. So he goes here. I capture there. No, capture there. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Let's do this. Our lesson is gonna be very quick today, guys. So, you know, take your time here. I want to swing out here. You know what? Let's do it. Let's trade. Let's trade. Yeah. I don't need a queen. I don't need a queen at all. Really? Oh, wait a second. What can I do here? Yeah, let's do this. Or wait. Oh, what? Oh, no! Oh, there was a misplay! I fat-fingered that. Okay, thank you for being polite, Christian. Okay. I appreciate that. What's my option here? Yeah, let's just do this. Let's just do that. Swing out. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh shoot. Mistake was. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, maybe not. Ah. Okay. Wait, no. He's got that. Okay. Yeah. Right here's fine. This is probably GG. we gotta wrap this up, Christian. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. Let's go back here. Hmm. I'm to give that up. Yeah, I have to give it up. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is checkmate. Goodbye, Christian. See, I don't need a queen to win. Alright, we're getting started now. Okay, so what I wanted to do today, everybody, is I wanted to a good game, Christian, by the way. Uh, I wanted to go over just how to make some graphs, just in case you were having or you were unsure. I mean, I showed you we talked about the different types of graphs yesterday, and what types of data you would use certain graphs for, or what type of graphs you would use on certain sets of data. But let's go into how to create these graphs. So let me actually open up that those sample graphs here, and I make them on Word, and you don't have to make them on Word. Some people like Excel better. Uh, the reason I like using it on Word because it links like a little mini Excel spreadsheet for you to edit, and you can change it, and you can also upload your own spreadsheet data into it. But for me, this is probably the simplest way to make a graph, so I'm just going to you know do it through Word here. And again, if you don't want to do your graphs through Word, if you have another program where you like Excel or Google Spreadsheets or whatever, you can use that too. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the data. Okay, I'm going to try to expand. I don't know if I could zoom in actually. I can zoom in. Cool. Okay, so if you remember the actual, let me close this. I'll pull up the actual data sheets. Save it, please. So if you remember, my original data for that bar graph was right here. And when I'm developing a bar graph, I want to make sure that I put all the individual tests and the measurements for all the individual tests as well as the sample average. So literally, my data for this bar graph looks exactly the same as that data table over there. We have our strawberries, apples, oranges, the three different tests. Each of these tests show up as a different bar. Okay, and they're all coded. So for test one, for all the fruits is the same color. It's going to be that blue bar if you see right here. And test two for all the fruits will be that orange, and so on and so forth, all the way to sample average. Okay. So if you were going to add more fruits, let's do bananas. I don't know the content of a banana, but if you wanted to do the average water content in a banana, you could definitely do that. 64, let's try, and as you input the data, you notice that my graph updates as well. So I added in a measurement for bananas in test one, and it showed up with test one color coded bar. Let's try 66 here, 62, and then my sample average will also be 64. So there we go. And I can add as many as I want to after this. I can make this bar graph incredibly giant. But, you know, just make it appropriate and for the number of variables that you guys test individually, okay? So this is a very simple way to create a graph. And again, if I was to make a new graph from scratch, let's try that right now. Let's make a new graph from scratch. Oh, hold on. Let me change the data here. So edit data. Let me go ahead and erase bananas. Oops. I don't want bananas. All right. Okay. So now it's back to normal. Let me go ahead and try to insert a new one. And I'll do it at the very bottom of this page, actually. I'll do it on a new page by itself. Come on. Are you serious? Okay. Never mind. All right. Now I can do a new one. All right. So if you wanted to make a bar graph in Word, the first thing you need to do is hit insert right here. From here, you'll have some options under the illustrations tab if you have this version of Word. If not, just make sure you go to the insert menu and there'll be an option for a chart. So we're going to add a chart here. And the bar graphs in Word are called column charts. I don't know why. The bar graphs go horizontally. I don't think it makes a difference, to be honest. So I like the clustered column or whatever. And you could choose whatever style you want. Let's choose a 3D style. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? Okay, so then it pulls up again. It pulls up the data sheet that you can edit. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Again, each of these series are their own tests, right? So think of the series right here as test 1, test 2. Don't think of it as series 1, series 2, series 3. Think of it as different individual tests. And then your categories, think of them as independent variables. Okay, so independent variable 1. Let me make some space in this cell. Category 2 would just be independent variable 2, and so on and so forth. Okay, so consider them the categories as individual variables or independent variables. The measurements here are your dependent variables, and then up here the series that they give you are just your individual tests. Okay, and that's how you would input your data for a bar chart. Okay, a bar graph. Sorry. All right. I'm just going to delete this. And let's move on to the next type of graph, a line chart. A line chart. So the sample data I used was right here, light versus dark plant growth. Okay. And let me just go into the actual graph I made and show you the data from that particular graph. So here we go. I have 3 individual graphs. I made one for the dark group. So that's one independent variable. And then I made another graph for the light plant group, which is the second independent variable. All right. Let's take a look at the data for the first one. I right-click and hit Edit Data, and nothing popped up. Again, hit Edit Data, nothing popped up. What? Why are you being this way? All right, let's try it one more time. Right-click, Edit Data, and nothing is showing up. Okay, let's try this one. Edit data. The linked file isn't available. What? Okay, I'm just gonna make one from scratch. Stupid computer. All right, so let's make a line chart. So in what? It's open. Where is it open? Did I leave it? Did I leave the Excel link open? I don't think so. I don't think so. Why is it's being this way? Okay, for some reason it thinks that my data is... The chart grid is open in sample data graphs. To insert a new chart, you need to close it first. Well, where is the freaking thing? I don't see it. Give me a second, guys. Let me try to figure this out. All right, let's try it now. I think this is fine. Edit data. Okay, perfect. Perfect. There we go. Sorry, guys. Apparently, I just needed to close and reopen, and that worked. So again, you can see how I organize this data. The series down here are my different days, okay? And then I simply put over here in these columns the two different plants from the dark group, and then I just plugged in the different measurements, okay? So to compare that to my sample data graph, um, you can see right here that I do it oppositely. The plants here are in the rows and the days are in the columns. But when you're doing it through Word, you're going to have to flip that. The days will have to be in the rows, or the time increments will have to be in the rows, and the different tests you did will have to be in the columns. Okay. So let's open up a new one from scratch, and let me show you how you would do that. And again, the reason I had 3 charts is because I wanted to do the individual data for the dark and light groups, and then I wanted to compare the averages between those 2 groups. So let's go down here, and let's make a new graph. Just hit enter. So let's insert a new line chart. And it's just, right here, it's called a line chart, and I'm going to use the first option. Actually, I like this one. Now let's do this. So again, the categories are always going to be on the horizontal x-axis, okay? And the series will be the actual lines that are plotted, okay? So depending on what measurements or what data you insert here, it'll change the direction and the steepness of that line, okay? So if you're doing a line chart where you're going to be measuring change over time, growth is a great one. Frequency is another, but so you would just do maybe 1 hour, 2 hours, or don't say that. Say hour 2, hour 1, so hour 2, hour 1, hour 3, hour 4. So those categories are just your different time increments. Okay. I think there's probably a better way to do it so that it's actually graphed out a little bit nicer. But let's finish this first. The scale of your graph will change based on the data you put in, right? So if I was to put for that first series, this line right here, if I put 100 in here, it would change. It would change the overall direction of my or it would scale it to correspond to the data. That's what I mean. All right, let me take a look at a different type of chart here. It's not the line chart. Oh, pie chart. Pie chart's pretty simple. So, pie charts, all you need to do is you have your different categories. Let's go back to the one that I used for my carp study. Zoom in here. So I used corn, strawberry dough. I'm going to put SB for strawberry, and then this can be bread, and I'll just delete this. And the actual, this column right here will just be the title of the graph. So this could be bite breakdown, corn, 9. I got 9 bites on corn, 2 bites strawberry, and 10 bites on 10 bites on bread. And yeah, it will automatically redistribute the different slices of that pie. And pie chart is probably the simplest thing to do. You just put your different categories, put the title of the chart right here, and then the amounts of each. And pretty straightforward from there. Let me see. Any questions? you use a graphing website. Okay, that's fine if you have another resource to graph it. That's fine. And just in case some of you guys were going to make your own charts in Microsoft Word, I wanted to show you guys how to do that. All right. What's also cool is that if you do make or you record your data in Excel, you can actually open an Excel sheet and import your data from there using the select data. Okay. Let's go back and take a look at the scatter plot. I think that was number 4. Yeah. So scatter plots, even though they are interesting in the sense that they show relationships and they can be complex in that regard, they're actually quite simple to make. So let's go and make a scatter plot. And it'll be called an XY parentheses scatter chart. And we'll just pick, ooh, what the heck? 3D bubbles? No, I don't think so. Regular old scatter chart. So all this is, you know, you have your X values and your Y values. So I'm going to go back to my sample data and show you guys what those X values and Y values would be. So here is the data that I had, and I was comparing hours played to the limit of peripheral vision. It doesn't matter which one you decide to put in which column. You could have the hours be the X values, or you can have the degrees, the degrees measured out here as the X value or the Y values. Vice versa, it doesn't really matter. So let me show you what it looks like when we do both. I'll just take the first 3, 2 to 70, 1 to 60, and 5 to 90. So this would be 2 to 70. The next one would be 1 to 60. Remember, I'm just writing 1 hour for this subject plays 1 hour video games per day, and their peripheral vision is 60 degrees. Okay, and the last one was 5 and 90. Okay, so it automatically plots them out for you. Okay, but the problem is it's not labeled, so it's not very clear what these values represent, which is why I would recommend that you add axis titles here. So you put a title on the x-axis, which would be hours, and then the title on the y-axis would be the degrees of acuity or the degrees of peripheral vision. Okay. And you could do that by, I mean, whatever program you're using, make sure you find the option that lets you make axis titles. So this is hours of video games played per day. And then the x-axis would be limit of peripheral vision acuity, right? And it's important that you include the measurements. I know it's rotated right now, and you're reading it kind of sideways. But I can't just say the limit of peripheral vision acuity on this axis without including the type of measurement I'm using. I mean, this could be 90 miles, 90 yards. What I'm saying is the measurement is unclear based on just this title I have here, limit of peripheral vision acuity. So you would include in parentheses the measurement that you use, or the unit of measurement you use. Okay. Will you be presenting your projects live? No, I never make my students present them live, right? Unless you really want to. I'm okay with you presenting your project live. Oh, and the cool thing about these scatter plots is that let's say you're having a tough time. If you have a scatter plot, that is, you can add a trend line, which shows you just the general direction that the relationship is headed, right? So I explained this to you guys yesterday in third period today. Depending on which direction the line's going, it shows whether the two variables you're measuring, in this case, hours of video games and limit of peripheral vision, it shows you how much they're related. An upward sloping line from left to right would indicate that they have a positive relationship. A downward sloping line would indicate a negative relationship. and a very flat line would indicate no relationship at all. All right. Uh, and if you want me to look over your data and help you interpret it, you can always ask me for that. Okay. Perfect. I'm glad you guys are almost done with your projects. All right. The last type of graph we're going to look at is it was that. Yeah, the histogram. The histogram is quite simple. Actually, it's probably the easiest one, right? Let's do a histogram right now. Insert chart. It's down here at the bottom, histogram. And let me expand this a little bit so you guys can see. There are a lot of measurements in this sample histogram they gave you. And the only thing you have to do is log your individual measurements. So the data table I used for my sample histogram, I'll go to it right now, was just a table with a bunch of measurements of different garter snakes. So I would literally just go in and type these all out. They don't have to be in any order particularly. The program will order them separately. But I would just start from here. First I'll delete the pre-existing data. Just get it the heck out of here. And then I could start here from scratch. So let's see. The first one was 40, 40, 42, 44. I'll just keep going. 36, 38, 45. Oh, not 466. 54, 34, and so on and so forth. And the more entries that you include under your histogram, the more intervals it'll create for that data. Yeah, I mean, I would only use a histogram if you have at least 30 measurements. Okay, if any of you guys are taking 30 measurements of a test, I would use a histogram. Anything less than 30, it would be pointless. It would look like a bar graph that didn't make any sense. So, if you're using lots of measurements, go for the histogram. All right. And then series 1, this could just be your length of garter snakes in centimeters. All right, and then that would be it simply. Oh, you would title it. You would title the histogram length of garter snakes, and then parentheses the unit of measurement you used. Okay, and there we go. I mean, it's not too bad to make these graphs. Some of them are a little more difficult than others. Some of them are really easy. Regardless, I think that if you have your own way to make graphs, if you use a website, that's fine too. Just know that there are certain elements on your charts that I want to see. Namely, I need to see the unit of measurement. Okay. I would like to see your corresponding data table. So it's not enough to just show me a chart. Okay. A chart is one thing, but I would like to see whatever notes or data you collected during your procedure. So I wanna see separately, maybe not in your exact presentation, but I want to see separately a table of some sort where you recorded your data. Okay. Whether it was electronically through Word or on a piece of paper and you just take a photo of it, I want to see that you collected some data. And that doesn't apply to those of you who are doing different types of projects, okay? Any questions so far? Garrett, I'll take a look at your project later, if that's all right. Or do you want me to look at? Oh, actually, you know what? I have time. I'll look at your project now. How about that? Let's take a look. Huh. What? Facts about the radio. Oh, this is different. Okay, you don't have any graphs in here. I was kind of analyzed it. All right, you did the alternate project. Thank you, Garrett. I guess if it's not graph or data related, I'm not gonna address it right now. Any other questions? I look at some parts. I looked at some parts, but I don't want to look at everything. Um, just because I'm not ready to grade them yet. I want to make sure that you guys have time. I will look over it and offer suggestions for revision, and I have done that. Bryce, let's take a look at yours. Let's take another look at yours. Oops. I don't want that. Okay. From Bryce. Rock to Recovery. Love it. Ah! Ooh. That is lovely. Okay, guys, I'm going to show this off to you. This is really, really nice. Uh, let's see right here. What kind of data is this? This looks like a line plot, right? Where, well, you could use a bar graph for this too, Bryce, because these are your different categories. Your different genres are your different categories. And you could, well, I think that the line plots are suitable because you don't want to have like overlapping bars. I get that. Yeah. So apparently, uh, Bryce falls asleep the quickest to punk and metalcore and no music, but deathcore just fires him up and he can't sleep at all. Bryce gets fired up by deathcore and he just wants to mosh. It's like bedtime? What's up with that? Let's see here. Data. Total time asleep. So you played the music while you were actually sleeping as well too. That's interesting. So I love that you have the different time to fall asleep, type of sleep trial 1, light REM deep. Is this out of the total minutes? It's like a breakdown of the different types of sleep. And this was how was this monitored? How did you measure which sleep phase you were in? Did it tell you? Did you have like That's really cool. Here's the total time of sleep. Hey, typo, fix that. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at this conclusion. I included my data chart a long time. Okay. Your conclusion doesn't state what your data shows. So Bryce, remember when I went and I said, hey, take a look. Bryce falls asleep the fastest to these types of music. Okay, I need to see you stating those things. All right. I can interpret these graphs without you explaining in your conclusion, but your general audience will not be able to. Okay, so the interesting thing to note here is that deathcore, it's really difficult for you to fall asleep when you're listening to deathcore, but uh, metalcore and punk for some reason are you fall asleep pretty quickly, and then no music obviously. I want you to state that in your conclusion. Oh, here we go. Never mind. There's a second part right here. Yeah, this time when I went to bed without any music, it's like the worst is shown in my data. Okay. Potential lurking variables and inconsistencies. Good. Ideas for how you would change the procedure. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Um, I want you to actually add more to your conclusion because you definitely took some very interesting additional sets of data that you don't discuss. So you do discuss which one you fall asleep to the fastest, which I like, right? And you state it in your conclusion. It's very plain and simple. The problem is you have these other sets of data where you break down the different sleep phases, um, and then you have the total time of sleep, and you don't mention those at all in your conclusion. So I like you to discuss those and note anything that's significant. So if I'm taking a look right here, oh, I can't tell. Can't tell right here. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Time in light sleep. Time in REM sleep. Time in deep sleep. So it's tricky because uh, it's hard. There's no like labels for these different sleep phases, but we can see that you have the most deep sleep listening to punk music and the least deep sleep with no music, which is interesting because you were falling asleep really quickly to no music, so you'd assume that you would go through your sleep cycles more completely, but apparently your deep sleep cycle is very short when there's no music. That's interesting. Okay, I would definitely note that as being of interest. Okay, the fact that it is inconsistent with metalcore and punk. Those are two of the highest REM sleep cycles, and they also were the two of the fastest to put you to sleep. Yet, no music, even though it puts you to sleep fast, it did not follow the pattern of also giving you a good amount of deep sleep as well. So I mean, all these things, I'm picking up all these things from looking at your data, and you're not discussing them in your conclusion. Okay. Now, this you've done a tremendous job, Bryce, and it looks really great. But if this were an 11th grade chemistry class or a physics class or a nat science class, uh, those teachers, and myself included, would definitely be poking holes in your conclusion because you're not discussing a lot of your data, right? So just a couple things to note. I mean, make sure you sort of address and interpret these graphs. Uh, Let me go back. Did you mention total time asleep? Okay, you didn't mention total time asleep as well. So I would include those and interpret the graphs for those sets of data. All right. Look at the video. Which video? I can't see the video. I don't know which one it is. Nice. All right. Yeah. So most and to be don't worry about it, Bryce. Most of the time, the section that I ask students to change the most is the conclusion. They're able to make the graphs. They're able to slide 4. Oh, here we go. What is this?
To the slaughterhouse.
Oh my god, that made my day. Oh, holy crap. Okay. Why is this off to the side? Why don't you center it? Oh, it's probably because I'm looking in a different. Probably I'm in Google Slides or whatever. Okay, so you guys, Bryce. I mean, Bryce's presentation looks really nice. It's really creative. It's got these GIFs going on, these cool images and videos. Like, don't worry about that so much as looking at how he organizes each section of his project. Um, Materials section is there. Okay. The procedure. Where's the procedure? Where is the procedure? Key terms. Key terms. I don't see a procedure. Oh, there we go. Procedures. Look at the data. I would put in a step to record the data on the sleep app, and record which data. Like which data are they recording? You put on the deep sleep. You put on the sleep phases data. You had the total time spent asleep data and the time it took you to fall asleep data. Okay, so be specific about which data they need to be checking on their phone every morning if they were to repeat this. Okay, so maybe be a little more specific in your procedure, make it a little more thorough. Definitely add those changes to your conclusion, and you should be good. This is already a really great project, Bryce. So, um, don't feel bad. Everyone has some improvements they can make to their projects in some way or other. All right, but it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. All right, hold on a second, guys. Christian, are you still there? What does the winner get? Okay, for the science fair winner, I'm not sure what they get now since now we can't like hold a in and out party anymore. We'll figure out what happens for the winner of science fair. Christian, let's play another game of chess since class is over. Class is technically over. You guys can head to your fifth period class. You can stay here during the half hour you guys have off right now. It's up to you. But I'm gonna go ahead and play Christian again in chess. And 5 again. Let's do it. I think both Baby Groot and Baby Yoda could kill me, so probably wouldn't want to hug either of them. But if it was a safe bet, I would probably hug Baby Yoda. All right, Christian, what do you got? He's gonna play Knight to F3 right now. I can just tell. That's his opening move all the time. You gonna let me play my Sicilian? Why? Why? Why, Christian? Why? Okay. Oh, I forgot about that move. That's right. Let's get control of center. Oh my goodness. I'm making mistakes now. I resign. Let's do it over again because I'm gonna lose that one if we keep playing. Do you want black? Do you want black pieces, Christian? We can abort this and do a new one. Let's try again. You can get the white pieces again. Oh, come on. All right, let me try this one more time. Groot, options. I play as black. There we go. Let's do it. All right, I gotta abort this. Here. Oh, I can't abort it. Okay, now it's aborted. Perfect. All right. Play friend, play Christian, options. I'm playing as black. There we go. You can leave. You can leave, Natal. You don't have to stay. Unless you want to see me destroy Christian. Christian, play a first move, please. There we go. Well, let's play the Four Knights opening. Why not? Sure. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What do we want to do here? Do we want a castle? Yeah. Really? Come on, man. Why would you take my knight like that? Mean. Alright, the queen's there. Should we trade some more? Let's not trade, actually. That's not a good idea. Okay. Let's go here. Ooh. Interesting move. Yeah. He's not gonna do that. Oh gosh. Yeah, I made a mistake. Let's see what happens from here. Yeah. Let's do this. I'm gonna try to recover here. Let's do it. He goes up there. Maybe. Maybe. Let's do this. What? Ooh. Maybe I can... No. This guy needs to go. I'm sorry, Christian. He needs to go. What? Okay, what's the problem here? If I do that. Yeah. Interesting pawn structure. Oh, I got the pieces for this. Oh, that's checkmate, I think. No, it's not. It's not checkmate. Oh god, I keep forgetting these things. Resign!
Hello, Mr. Holden. Hello, Mr. Holden.
Hey, Daniel. Hey, Daniel.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Doing alright.
Hold on, let me stop my stream right now.